Just wanted to say thank you for tuning in. We are just about to start the swine show. Everyone's getting ready. And we are sorry you're not able to make it today, but we are practicing social distancing. Also, later today, stay tuned for the poultry show. Thank you. Hello, I am the 2020 Butler County Fair Queen, Christiana Bright, and we are just about to start the swine show. Thank you for tuning in, and we are sorry you're not able to make it today, but we are practicing social distancing. Also, stay tuned for the poultry show later today. Thank you.
the exhibitors as we work through today. Just a real joy to get out here, and I think this class starts off the show. On the drive over here, I was looking for the competition to be extremely good. I'd say from the first class, it looks like it's going to be that way throughout the day. In this particular drive, I think it gets really close among our top trio. I think the one that just possesses the extras in terms of squareness and just overall build is going to be the young lady with the painted up gilt over here in the corner. She'll be your class winner. From the time this one came out of the holding pen, just one that, like I mentioned, ultra square from the ground all the way up. One that is just really big, flat topped, really good from a Carcass merit standpoint. From there, I think it gets a little bit closer between the next two. I think there's some give and take between them. I guess I like the added look and just design, stoutness, a feature of the other young lady out here in the middle. Here's a gilt that is just really big in terms of her foot and her forearm. One that's really square and fresh in terms of her top shape. Probably just a little more rigid off both ends of her structure than our class winner, but I think a gilt that just has a few of the little extras as we get out the side, watch her drive the ring. The young man's gilt here in third, one you really got to appreciate just in terms of her center body. She's probably the softest within the class. I really appreciate her for that. She's one, though, that as we set her into motion, she might be more correct in terms of her angles than the top two, but she just wants to get a little more uncoordinated as you set right in behind her and watch her go off her rear two. Really good top trio. The young man coming out there in fourth with the predominantly white gilt. Here's one that I think as you sit back and study one from the side, you like her as well as anything. She's really tall at the point of her shoulder, just a really good outline gilt. But when you get right up on top of that one, she's probably as narrow in her makeup as any of the top four. One that, we just need to stouten her up as we build her from the ground up to move it within this class. The young man coming there in the final slot, once again, a gilt that's great in terms of her outline. Great in terms of her outline from the side, one that, possesses a lot of qualities as we talk about one from a market standpoint. She, too, as she comes at you and leaves you, just the narrowest, the harshest in terms of her rib shape, but one that the young man's doing a great job and has presented extremely well. Let's go ahead and congratulate all the exhibitors.
The winner of Class 1 Market Gilt, first place was Aubrey Williamson, second place was Emma Wedeking, third place was Wyatt Junker, fourth place was Austin Roddick, and fifth place was Austin Roddick. The following people who will be in Class 3 of Market Gilts may start to bring their livestock to the arena. Briley Junker, Addison Williamson, Ashlyn Rampker, Harley Barnett, Savannah Hummel, and Tommy Barnett. Again, Class 3 market gilts make their way to the arena. Briley Junker, Addison Williamson, Ashlyn Ramker, Harley Barnett, Savannah Hummel, and Tommy Barnett. Class 3 market gilts, please make your way to the arena. Briley Junker, Addison Williamson, Ashlyn Ramker, Harley Barnett, Savannah Hummel, and Tommy Barnett.
Another very deep class as we analyze this particular class. think as we get them out here, for me in particular, I think, from my opinion, the most practical gilt to go ahead and use the class is going to be the young lady's blue top gilt that's fighting her there in the corner. Here's one that I just like a lot of things about. Just one that is super practical in her overall build. Really like that one's design. I think she's probably the best of the group in terms of her feet and leg, being just really good built from the ground up. I think in comparison to a couple down the line, or the other two gilts out here, I think that one's just a lot fresher, more crisp in terms of her top shape. Really nice, logical place to start. The gilt that just most resembles her is going to be the young lady's white gilt to go second. Here's one that I think in terms of build and type and kind, in terms of stoutness of feature and yet having a cool look, really resembles our class winner. I just like to change her. She sets down on the ground. Maybe need to pick her up in terms of her pastern and square her up in terms of her foot placement. Very nice class. The young lady's velvet gilt that went there in third. There's one you really love, the front 2/3 of that one, the presentation of that gilt. For me, she wants to get a little round out of her hip, maybe a little sharper in the set to her hock. The young lady here in fourth, kind of the outlier of the class. When you talk about cutability and some carcass traits, just stoutness of feature, you love all the things about this one. As you just start to study the way this one's put together in terms of her rib shape, I think she becomes just the flattest and maybe hardest in terms of her overall rib design. I'd like to see her grab another gear as she gets out and plants and just grabs dirt. I think she just gets a little tighter off both ends of her structure. The big belted gilt coming next. Great outline gilt once again. One you really appreciate the extension that she has through her front third, her stoutness of feature. In this particular class, she just wants to get a little narrow. Really wants to flatten up in terms of her rib design. And then the gilt coming out in the blue gilt. Here's one that is really practical in terms of her build. I think one that reads really good in terms of the angles of her skeleton. I think as you put this one in a market class, she's the plainest in terms of her muscle shape, probably carrying the most condition for this particular weight. Very nice class. Once again, let's go ahead and put our hands together for those exhibitors.
We are now ready for gilt class. Number 3 in the arena is Briley Junker, Addison Williamson, Ashlyn Ramker, Harley Barnett, Savannah Hummel, and Tommy Barnett. Okay. The winners of our second class are first place, Lily Wedeking, second place, Emma Wedeking, third place, Lily Sterling, fourth place, Aubrey Williamson, fifth place, Abby Wilson, sixth place, Hannah Nichols. The first set of programs have been set over by the entry door. Another set will be coming as soon as they're off the printer. In the arena right now is our individual market gilt class 3. If you received first or second place in a market gilt class, please start bringing your livestock to the arena. If you received first or second place in a market gilt class, please bring your animal to the arena for the championship.
Here in our final class, things kind of change up as we exited the one gilt out of this deal. It makes the decision at the top end a little bit difficult because there's definitely some give and take amongst these two, and it's kind of where you place your priorities. I guess for me today, the one that I feel the most comfortable using to win the class is going to be the young man's white gilt. I think here's one that is just really good in terms of her overall build and what she possesses. When you talk about building one correctly from the ground up, I think that one's awfully nice. Maybe you'd like to strengthen her there in her front pasterns, but I think that one's just overall build and look is really good. The young lady's belted gilt that comes next. Love how stout that one is in terms of her feature. Here's one though that is used out here. She's probably almost a little too much for me in terms of where she's at from a muscle standpoint. I'd like to just lay her a little differently as she places that muscle onto her skeleton, and she needs reconstructed through her front third in terms of her blade and the way she sets down in her knee. The young lady in third here kind of with the down-eared gilt. Here's one that I love from just a market standpoint, and I think that's what moves her up into third within this particular drive. Here's one that's really big and dimensional from her blade all the way back to her hip. I love this one, probably as good in terms of her rib design as any within this particular class for a market gilt. I think as you study that one in terms of her feet and legs and just the way her skeleton's put together, we need to reconstruct her a little from there. The gilt coming next is one that's really good outline. Here's one that's one of the most flexible gilts and the best in terms of her feet and legs within this class. I think as you study one from a market perspective, she falls out of contention. She gets a little bit narrower as you get right up on top of her. Just doesn't have that overall mass and dimension that the three ahead of her had. Same can be said, the next two coming, very, very similar in their overall build. Here's gilts that are just really practical and blown apart in terms of the rib design. You really like that. It just reads into feed efficiency and everything there. Two gilts, though, once again, as you study these two, we'd sure just like to lean them up in terms of their condition. Just put a little more in when you get right on top of them in terms of muscle shape. Very good projects for these two exhibitors.
Now I'm just searching for tag numbers to find the ones we missed.
Okay.
Can I announce the winners? Yeah.
Hang on.
Split on your page.
We are now choosing a champion market gilt. The following people are in the ring: Aubrey Williamson, Emma Wedeking, Lily Wedeking, Emma Wedeking, Addison Williamson, and Harley Barnett. We are picking our champion and reserve market gilt. Our Class 3 market gilt winner was Harley Barnett. Second place was Addison Williamson. Third place was Briley Junker. Fourth place was Ashlyn Ramker. Fifth place was Savannah Hummel. And sixth place was Tommy Barnett. Okay, these people need to come up, right? All right, we're getting ready to start purebred market hogs. Will the following people in Class 1 please start to bring their animal? Tommy Jansen, Wyatt Junker, Briley Junker, Braden Steer, Jackson Naiman, Jenna Lucas, and Lily Wedeking. More programs will be over by the entrance door to the arena. Yeah, just right on the Once our champion is chosen, will they please go over to the blue curtain for their champion photo?
A very nice market gilt drive. You know, as you start to sort through these things, and I think always the market gilts is one of the most difficult deals to sort through at a show for the sheer fact that as you get into them, there's a lot of different types and kinds, and you know, the maturity pattern on a gilt is exponentially different than that of a barrow. I think the three class representatives we have out here are all extremely good in what they bring to the table. They're all very different in areas, as you can see, but that's part of just sorting through a smaller show and taking what's presented to you. As we do them real quick, the young ladies painted gilt out of the first class. Here's one that you just, a lot of things you gotta love about this one, starting with just this one's top shape from a market animal perspective. She is super square from her blade all the way back. Here's one that has some of that extra look as you get out the side in terms of levelness and squareness from the ground up. I like all them things about her. If I'm going to nitpick on her, the two areas where I'd change her is I think we could relax her in terms of her structure on both ends of her skeleton, and we could just give her a little more boldness in terms of her four-rib shape. The young lady's blue gilt that comes out of the second class. Here's one that when she gets out and goes across the ring, you love the angles of this one's skeleton, her added extension up through her front third. Here's one that is just really good in terms of her overall build. If I was going to nitpick and compare her to maybe the gilt that wins that first class, she doesn't have near the spread across her top, and she probably could use just a notch more base width as she leaves you, but I think one that does an extremely lot of good. The big white gilt out the last class, as we kind of talked to her within that class, here's one that's really good in terms of her outline. She's really stout in terms of her feature. Love that one's flexibility and to get out and just grab dirt and go. You know, if you're going to maybe critique this one in comparison to the other two gilts in the drive, from a market animal perspective, maybe we'd like to stouten her up in the way she lays muscle onto her skeleton. Just one that gets a little plainer in terms of her shape, but build and design is extremely good. Definitely some differences. Today it's, you know, my opinion out here, and the one that just suits me the best as being far as the most complete and offering the most good in every area is going to be the young lady with the blue top gilt out of our middleweight class. As we bring that second place gilt out, as I mentioned within that drive, a gilt that resembled our class winner extremely lot, our champion, in terms of just build and heaviness of structure, really good in terms of her flexibility. As I, you know, nitpick turn class, I'd sure like to square her up on both ends as she sets down to the ground in terms of foot placement, but I think one that's just ultra complete. really square in terms of her overall build. It gets pretty close in my mind between the lightweight and our other white gilt within this for reserve champion. I think the one that probably just suits me second best today is going to be the young lady's painted gilt out of the first division. Congratulations.
And that is,
Second will be Williamson.
I did, but I'll definitely call him again.
Oh, the first class, I heard him say that.
Class 1 marker barrels. Class 1. Class, starting right here. Okay. We are now starting purebred market hogs. We need Tommy Jansen, Wyatt Junker, Briley Junker, Braden Steer, Jackson Mayman, Jenna Lupkus, and Lily Wedeking. Jenna Lepkus and Lily Wedeking to the arena right now for your class. These individuals may start to bring their hogs up for the individual market barrows. They are Colton Harkin, Wyatt Junker, Jesse Brower, Briley Junker, Tommy Jansen, Lily Sterling, Jenna Lupkus, and Sam Jansen. You are going to be in the holding pins in the arena. Okay. Our champion market gilt today went to Lily Wedeking. Her trophy is sponsored by Plainfield Veterinary Services. Who was our reserve?
Aubrey Williamson.
Was Aubrey Williamson. She was our reserve today, and her trophy was also sponsored by Plainfield Veterinary Services. Aubrey.
So this is a whole new class?
Yep.
I might have it, but it's yellow. Okay, this is a much more.
Is it just the four? Is it just the four in here? One, two, three, four, five, six, seven.
Yeah. Who's not here?
So maybe there's more still coming.
Uh-huh. We've got 5 now. 1, 2. Addie. She's right here. Is it Aubrey? Aubrey. Yes. We will be picking the champion and reserve champion purebred market hog. Class 1 individual market barrows, will they please come to the holding pins in the arena? That is Colton Harkin, Wyatt Junker, Jesse Brower, Briley Junker, Tommy Jansen, Lily Sterling, Jenna Lupkus, and Sam Jansen.
outstanding purebred drive with a lot of our breeds represented, and I think represented extremely well. I think from the time they came in, there was one decision all the way through that kind of stayed pretty constant in my mind, and that's which one was going to be our champion, and that's going to be the young man right here with the Duroc barrow. This barrow, I think as you just study him, just the ultra complete one within the class. He's the one that's got the look, still handles his feet and legs extremely good. And then you get right up on top of him, and he's a barrow that's got more than enough to him. I really like how they got that one presented in the amount of fill in him. I think it gets kind of closer as you study him from second down through third or through fourth. For me, probably the one that fits together the best with the Duroc barrow is going to be the young man's York barrow out here in the center. One that's awesome from the side in terms of his outline. Another one that is just presented extremely well. I think we need to change him to push our class winner. He needs more lower fill down in his lower the lower third of his body cavity. And he's one that when he sat right in behind him, I'd sure like to just square him up as he goes to the ground. He just wants to narrow up a little too much for me today. The young lady's Burke barrow over here is one that you really got to appreciate there in the third hole. This one is really good in terms of his build, his design, his rib shape, extremely good. I guess for me today is you just balance him up compared to the other two. We need to clean him up in terms of his jawline and maybe through that lower third of his body cavity, and then I think that one makes a push to win the class, because I think that one does some really unique things in terms of build. The young man's York barrow coming next. The young man drives the wheels off of this one. He's one that hits you as hard as any from the side in terms of his extension, just his proportions that he has. I think today he just gets beat from a maturity standpoint as you get right up on top of him and study him in terms of his rib design. He just hasn't thoroughly came into it. And him, when you get right in behind him, just not near the mass that the heavier weight ones have. I'd like to maybe clean him up in terms of his hock joint as well. The big York barrow coming next, probably as impressive as any when you get right up on top of this one in terms of being really big and flat back. He's one that's super big in terms of his pin width, really big and stout in terms of his foot and bone work. As I study this one, though, for me personally, he just gets disproportionate. He's one that is the tallest at the point of his shoulder. He gets really short back, and I think that kind of there in his forerib. He's one, too, that I'd like to change in terms of his rear leg design. He gets a little more rigid in his pastern, and like the other two Yorks within the drive, narrows up at his base. A really big burly one coming next that's really pliable in terms of his rib design, one that's just packed full of meat. For me today, though, he just gets too uncoordinated in terms of his design, but a lot of good and a lot of good feeding pieces within that one. And then we round out the class with the young man's Hamp barrow, definitely the leanest, most groove-topped one within the drive. For me, he gets pretty frail in terms of his bone work. Like to stouten him up there, just make him more practical in terms of his rib and in terms of his rear leg. Very, very outstanding class of purebreds. Once again, let's go ahead and congratulate all those exhibitors.
Our individual market barrow class 2, please bring your livestock to the arena. Wyatt Junker, Jesse Brower, Wyatt Junker, Ashley Shipper, Jackson Meeman, Ainsley Lovern, Ashley Shipper, and Braden Steer. You are in class 2. Please start to bring your livestock to the arena. The results of our purebred market hog. Our grand champion is Jackson Meeman. His trophy is sponsored by Highview Animal Hospital. Second place is Braden Steer. His trophy is sponsored by Highview Animal Hospital. Third place was Briley Junker. Fourth place was Tommy Jansen. Fifth place was Lily Wedeking. Sixth place was Jenna Lucas. And seventh place was Wyatt Junker. In the ring right now is our Class 1 individual market barrows. That is Colton Harkin, Wyatt Junker, Jesse Brower, Briley Junker, Tommy Jansen, Lily Sterling, Jenna Lucas, and Sam Jansen. Our swine judge today is Troy Kane from Algona, Iowa. He is an Iowa State grad. He currently works for Seaboard Foods, and he is owner and operator of TDK Genetics. So please give our judge, Tony Kane, a round of applause.
turning up the heat as we get into our first class of barrows. I think, as we work down through, there is a lot of quality all the way down from top to bottom. I think this top end, especially my top pair, extremely good. I think there's some differences between the two. It's all personal preference today. The one that hit me hard that is kind of my style, I guess you might say, is going to be the young man right in front of me with the paint barrel. Here's one I think is just awesome in terms of his build, in terms of his structure. I love that one when you get out on the side of him, just the freshness he has back into his flank and the way he gets out, grabs dirt and moves. He's probably not quite as powerful in terms of his foot and bone. He's probably not quite as big backed as our one that comes in second, but I think just a lot of good in there. The young man with our belted barrel here will be second. As I mentioned, this one's a lot stouter in terms of his feature. He's a lot more crisp and has more turn there at his loin edge. A barrel that you love a lot of things about. I think in comparison to the class winner, he's maybe just not quite as clean and extended up front. Maybe just doesn't have quite the length and of hip that our class winner has, but a very, very good barrel in his own right. The young man here in third, I like this barrel a lot too. I think he just runs out of sheer power and dimension as you put him in comparison to the two ahead of him. Maybe one that's not quite the length of hip, but another barrel very good that I'm sure in a different class could stand a lot of heat. The blue barrel coming next. Here's another one that you like a lot of about. Here's one, probably the biggest backed one within the class. Love this one's pin set and where its tail is, his heaviness of structure. Here's one that gets a little jammed up in terms of the way he's built, especially up through his front third. Maybe like to see him just get out and plant and drive out of his hock a little bit better. That's probably where the barrel coming next is one that offers a little more extension than the barrel ahead of him. Maybe just not that overall look and design that we had. Maybe just not the freshness when we get right up on top of him. But another outstanding barrel within this particular class. The young lady coming next, here's one that she has presented extremely well. You can tell she's been working with this one. Turns of skin and hair and just the way she gets that one to get out and drive. I think he just ran into a really tough class. Here's a barrel that's maybe just not quite as good at the ground as you study him in terms of his foot placement. He kind of wants to run it and get a little hollowed out in terms of his rib design as well. Barrel coming next, here's one that it might be one of the leaner barrels within this particular class from a Carcass standpoint. To me, that one just gets a little bit staler, plainer in terms of his look in a show ring setting, but I think, as we put him on the rail, maybe does as well as any within the class. The young man with the white barrel coming next, I hope he keeps his head high, because I think if the fair was 2 weeks down the road, that this one moves up several spaces just off of his design and the way he's put together. Today he just appears a little wrung out, not quite as fresh as the rest, but has some good in his own right. Once again, great class. Let's go ahead and put our hands together for those exhibitors.
It's still on.
You need a water or anything?
And here's who's in the ring right now, right?
This is who's, yes.
Yes. In the ring right now is Wyatt Junker, Jesse Brower, Wyatt Junker, Ashley Shipper, Jackson Mayman, Ainsley Lovern, Ashley Shipper, and Braden Steer. Put your glasses on. I'd now like to call Class 3 of our market barrows. That's Addison Williamson, Emma Wedeking, Caleb Zoggy, Ryan Tanner, Briley Junker, Addison Williamson, Hannah Nichols, and Brennan Steer. The results of our last class is Class 1 of our market barrows, Sam Jansen, Tommy Jansen, Colton Harkin, Briley Junker, Jenna Lupkus, Lily Sterling, Wyatt Junker, and Jesse Brower. Again, we would like for Class 3 market barrows to make their way up to the show arena. That's Addison Williamson, Emma Wedeking, Caleb Zoggy, Ryan Tanner, I bet it's Ryan Tanner, sorry, Briley Junker, Addison Williamson, Hannah Nichols, and Brennan Steer. Abby Williamson, would you please come? Wilson. Abby Wilson, would you please come to the check-in desk? Abby Wilson.
Well, sorry for taking a little more time on this class. I think there's a lot of heat, all the way down to the fifth hole. I mean, a lot of good pigs in this class. And once again, you get in the top end, and it's just nitpicking differences between 1 and 3 and even 4 and 5. Just some subtle differences. I think our top pair here, in my mind, the two barrels right out in front of me, this pair gets awfully close because there's give and takes between them. As I go through them, I'll just explain my differences between before I give you the placings. The young man's off-belted barrel here. This one, it really gives you an exotic, cool look from the side. I just love how tall fronted he is, the added extension and cleanliness up through his jawline. One that gets out and really wants to grab dirt and go. Big motor in that one from the side. You like all the angles and just the freshness he adds. If we were going to compare him to the other E-barrel in contention in this class, when you get right up on top of him, he doesn't have the product working from blade to hip. He's probably not opened up as much in his forerib. And one could argue he's probably not quite as square going to the ground in terms of his hock, but I think those are all just minor things with that barrel. The barrel, the other velvet barrel out here, here's one that just overwhelms you when you get right up on top of him in terms of just how big and flat-topped he is. His pin width is incredible. I love this one in terms of his forerib and his overall rib design. As you get out on the side of him, he's probably not near as cool up through his front third as the other barrel we talked about, and he probably just doesn't want to get out and just grab that extra gear and go. I think it's all where you place your preferences. Today, for me, I'm going to go with the young man's off-belted barrel to win this particular class. That was an outstanding pair, fun one to sort through. I think the barrel here in third has some pieces that you like about both of the other barrels in terms of the way he's built. To me, he just wants to get the plainest up through his front third. Just doesn't have that overall extension. And when you get right up on and study this one in terms of his structure, he's probably just not as good in terms of his plane of motion as and just squareness as we have in the two above him. Very, very good barrel to be in the 3-hole. The young man's barrel here in fourth. Here's one you really got to appreciate. Maybe just not quite as fresh in his look in terms of skin and hair, but I think one that his design is really good. His top shape is good. Just a really good barrel that runs into a couple buzzsaws at the top of the class. The young lady brings us a nicely presented barrel coming next. Like this one in terms of his flexibility at the ground, just in terms of his freshness. Here's one that I'd like to change his neck attachment, maybe just change the way he hinges out of his hip when he gets out and goes. The young man's barrel coming next. Here's another just really good practical barrel, good on his feet and legs. Good in terms of his overall build and muscle, just doesn't have that power and wow factor that we found in the barrels ahead of him. The black-eyed barrel coming next. Here's one that is really big and stout in terms of his features. I love that about him. He's a barrel that's a little hollower in terms of his rib design. Maybe just, once again, one that gets a little plainer and uglier up through his front third. And then we round out the class with the barrel, another one that's really good in his own right. Just an easy feeding type of a barrel that I'm sure has gained extremely well for the young lady. Just one that doesn't have enough power and muscle to move up any higher in class. Once again, outstanding class. Let's go ahead and congratulate those exhibitors.
Entering the ring right now is our individual market barrow class 3, Addison Williamson, Emma Wedeking, Caleb Zoggy, Ryan Tanner, Briley Junker, Addison Williamson, Hannah Nichols, and Brennan Steer. These individuals need to bring their market barrow up for class 4, Ashley Shipper, Adelie Ramker, Savannah Hummel, Austin Roddick, Lily Sterling, Kaylee Harkin, and Colton Harkin. Our individual market barrel class 4, will you please come up to the holding pins? Results of our individual market barrow class 2. First place was Jackson Naaman. Second place was Ainsley Lovern. Third place was Braden Steer. Fourth place was Ashley Shipper. Fifth place was Ashley Shipper. Sixth place was Wyatt Junker. Seventh place was Jesse Brower. And eighth place was Wyatt Junker.
Look at it.
Well,
Right
I thought it was different. That was all.
Another fun class to sort through, maybe not quite as challenging as our previous class. The quality doesn't drop off though. Pretty easy place to start. The young man's black barrel here, just the ultra fault-free, good-looking, sound-structured one. Wins the class and in my mind does so pretty easy. I think the decision kind of in my mind is between second and third. For me, I guess I like the belted barrel in second. Here's one I think is just fresher. He's more youthful in terms of his appearance. I think he's one that's just fresher and more youthful as you study him down his top side as well. The young lady's other black barrel out here, he's probably the stoutest featured one of the trio, one that you like in terms of just the big groove he has down his top. I guess for me, he just becomes a little bit plainer looking from the side, especially as he's just a little older and more mature up through his head and neck. But I think a nice barrel under another judge a different day probably could win the class. For me, just we need to freshen him up. The barrel coming in fourth is that. He's a really fresh one. You love the marked shape of this one. When you get right up on the top side of him, he's probably the best within the class of being really, really square in terms of his rib design. I think as you study this one, though, he just gets a little jammed up, a little short coupled for me. We can just extend him out and relax him in his structure, and that one competes for the top of the class rather easily. Here's one that's super comfortable in terms of his structure, really good outline black barrel. For me, in a market hog scenario, he just runs out of gas, doesn't have that shape that we need in a market hog to get him up within that top four within this class, but a hog that does a lot of things from build correctly. One that's probably a little more burly than the barrel ahead of him. Once again, just one just gets a little plainer in terms of his design and look for me, maybe not quite as square out of his hock as the barrels ahead of him as well. And then we round out the class with two barrels very similar in their makeup, barrels that are really practical in their build. They're really stout in terms of their structure, just overall good hogs. For me today, maybe just not the presence that we have in them. Maybe barrels just not as fresh in their top shape, but very, very nice class once again.
Entering the ring for individual market barrel class 4, Ashley Shipper, Adelie Ramker, Savannah Hummel, Austin Rodink, Lily Sterling, Kaylee Harkin, and Colton Harkin. Will the following individuals in market class for the barrows class 5 please bring their barrel up to the arena? Brooke Neiman, Aubrey Williamson, Ainsley Lovern, Luke Ediker, Tommy Jansen, Abby Wilson, Brittany Gibson, and Tommy Barnett. The results of our individual market barrel class 3 are: first place, Brennan Steer; second place, Caleb Zagi; third place is Addison Williamson. Fourth place is Addison Williamson. Fifth place is Emma Wedeking. Sixth place is Briley Junker. Seventh place is Hannah Nichols. And eighth place is Ryan Tanner. Again, will the following people please bring their market barrel up to the arena for class 5? Brooke Neiman, Aubrey Williamson, Ainsley Lovern, Luke Ediker, Tommy Jansen, Abby Wilson, Brittany Gibson, and Tommy Barnett.
very interesting class here of barrels. I think as you go 1 through 8, you could definitely sort them differently and get out here, and I don't think anybody would argue with you, because I think it's just a really even playing field all the way down through. There's not one that jumps out and says, I need to go last, and there's definitely not one that jumps out and says, I need to win. Within this class, too, I'll probably be the first one to admit that I probably gave up some structure to get some market quality within these hogs. And I think, you know, as you get them out here, there's 3 different types of hogs at the top. I guess from the time they came out the gate, the one that hit me the hardest for just some of their attributes is going to be the young lady along the fence line over here. I think as you study this one, he's a good outlined one that offers some stoutness of feature. I think he's still one of the better ones within the trio in terms of his structure. Now, I'd sure like to pull that one apart as he goes to the ground. I think he wants to narrow up more than any of them in terms of his base width, but I think he does enough of the good attributes to use him to win the class. From there, there's a little more give and take between the next 2. I'm going to use the other big white belted barrel. I think here's one that's really big and powerful in terms of his blade and his top shape. I like his squareness of rib. I just sure like to change him in terms of structure on both ends in order to use him to win the class, but a very, very nice barrel. Brings some big pieces to the table. The blue top barrel there, here's one that's very intriguing. He probably easily the stoutest featured one within the class. Love that one in terms of his chest floor, his top shape, just being really square in terms of his forerib. Here's one, though, that as you sit right in behind him and watch him in terms of his hock, he really wants to start pushing his hock out. I'd like to change him there, and maybe we can move him up higher in class. The lady with the young lady here with the spotted up barrel, here's one that just like the barrel ahead of him, big in terms of his feature. You like this one in terms of his freshness from a top shape perspective. Just a barrel that just doesn't kind of put himself together quite as well as the others from a design standpoint. He wants to even be a little more rigid in his structure than some of the others. The white barrel coming next. Here is probably the soundest structured barrel within this class. I think as you study him compared to the ones above him, for as good as he is in terms of his build and everything, he just wants to get quite a bit plainer in terms of his muscle shape. He's wanting to get a little wastier down through his lower third than the barrels ahead of him. We change that from a market perspective, and we could probably use him to win the class. The 2 belted barrels coming next probably offer a little more in terms of muscle shape than the barrel that places right ahead of them, but just ones that maybe aren't quite as comfortable in terms of their structure. They both just want to come at you and roll in a little up front, do the same as they leave you. From Carcass merit, just product standpoint, 2 very, very nice barrels that seem to be pretty easy feeding. Here's a barrel here, the black barrel. Once again, well, you really like this one's design, his structural integrity, all those things about him. I think as you compare him to the 3 right ahead of him, he's one that just gets the plainest in terms of his overall muscle shape. He's probably the wastiest in terms of his lower third. We just need to trim him up, give him a little more shape, and that one could move all the way up into the top 3 just off his build and structure. The young lady just got into a tough class, and it was all kind of where I prioritized today. Once again, very good class, fun one to sort through. Let's go ahead and congratulate those exhibitors.
Going into the ring for the individual market barrow class 5 is Brooke Neiman, Aubrey Williamson, Ainsley Lovern, Luke Edeker, Tommy Jansen, Abby Wilson, Brittany Gibson, and Tommy Barnett. Our next class to bring their animals to the arena, please, for individual market barrow class 6, Tommy Jansen, Caleb Zoggy, Brittany Gibson, Ashlyn Ramker, Lily Wedeking, Harley Barnett, Luke Edeker, and Brittany Gibson. The results of our Class 4 Market Barrow: first place went to Lily Sterling, second place to Colton Harkin, third place to Kaylee Harkin, fourth place to Ashley Shipper, fifth place to Adelie Ramker, sixth place to Austin Roddick, seventh place to Austin Roddick, and eighth place to Savannah Hummel. Again, will the following people please bring their livestock to the arena for Class 6? Tommy Jansen, Caleb Zoggy, Brittany Gibson, Ashlyn Ramker, Lily Wedeking, Harley Barnett, Luke Edker, and Brittany Gibson.
Here's another class that is a little more difficult to sort through because I think there's spots that every pig within the class we need to change, and therefore, it's going to be kind of where I place my preferences in the little things that we need to change about each of them and which one just has the least amount of faults within them. I think in this class, probably for me, the two best barrows are the two that are just hindering the most in terms of their movement from, I'm going to get kind of injury perspectives. I think within that pair, the one that does the most good and is the most fault-free, if we can change them into one area, is the blue barrow here along the fence. There's a lot of things. This one's front 2/3 are extremely good, really fresh, really bold. I think as you study that one, yeah, we need to change that one rear high. I'll be the first to admit it, but I think that hog within this group does as much as anything. He's strong in terms of his pasterns. He runs uphill. He's barrel proportioned. I think a real just nice barrel. Fix him in his hock, and he runs away with the class. From there, probably the one that suits me the next best is going to be the young man along the fence on the other side with the other barrel. I love this one in terms of his body design and shape. His back shape is extremely good. The angles of the skeleton read right. He's just laboring out here. Probably a pad issue, one that we need to pick up in terms of his pasterns on his front end so he doesn't run down quite as downhill quite as much. And then I think he pushes our class winner. The young lady's barrel right here in front of me, one that's very intriguing in a lot of aspects. He's maybe as comfortable, as far as putting his feet down as any in this class. One that's really big and square in terms of his blade and his back shape. I think of that top trio, he is definitely the flattest in terms of his rib shape. He's one that naturally, too, needs picked up in his front pasterns. He wants to run downhill. He's maybe even a thick, long spine, so gets a little weaker in terms of his spine. The white barrel coming next, the heavy ear barrel, definitely the most comfortable in the whole class in terms of his structure. Here's one that, to me, doesn't balance up quite as well. He, too, wants to get really down in terms of his front pasterns. He wants to get a little bit more round in terms of his makeup, maybe just not as smooth and fresh in terms of his top shape. Really tall, extended barrel coming next. One that maybe isn't quite as stout in terms of his feature as the barrels ahead of him. I like his youthful look and his freshness through his front third. We just need to make that one bolder in terms of his rib. And he comes pretty uncoordinated off his rear, too. The white barrel coming next. Good outlined one. Another one that's pretty comfortable in terms of his feet and legs. From a market animal perspective, though, this one wants to get really narrow down at his base. He kind of gives you that concave grip shape. We need to pull him apart through the lower third of his skeleton. The blue barrel coming next. Here's one that is good in terms of his rib shape in comparison to the barrel ahead of him. He gets just probably the plainest in terms of his muscle shape of the top end, and he too we need to reconstruct him out of his front third. And then the barrel coming next, one that is really tall, good outline type of barrel. Flexible in terms of his feet and legs. That one just doesn't have enough true shape and dimension for me today to move him up higher. Very, very nice class, an interesting one to sort through.
Anyone who received first or second place in the market barrow class 1 through 5, please start to bring your exhibit up to the show arena. Anyone who received first or second in classes 1 through 5 of the market barrow, please start to bring your livestock up to the arena. All right, in the ring right now is Tommy Jansen, Caleb Zoggy, Brittany Gibson, Ashlyn Ramker, Lily Wedeking, Harley Barnett, Luke Edeker, Brittany Gibson. The results of our last show, Class 5, is first place, Ainsley Lovern, Second place, Tommy Barnett. Third place, Aubrey Williamson. Fourth place, Tommy Jansen. Fifth place, Brooke Neiman. Sixth place, Brittany Gibson. Seventh place, Luke Edeker. Eighth place, Abby Wilson. Will the following people for class
We'll have one.
7? Oh, class 6. Will the following people bring their market barrow up to the arena? Tommy Jansen, Sam Jansen, Jackson Mayman, Ainsley Lovern, Caleb Zoggy, Brennan Steer, Lily Sterling, Colton Harkin, Ainsley Lovern, and Tommy Barnett.
Well, the heat must be starting to get to some of these pigs. I'll try moving along a little faster so we don't get them too warmed up. I think in this class, I think there's one that just jumps out and says, I need to win. The young man's white barrel there, really good one in terms of his build, his top shape, freshness, presentation, extremely good. The young man's kind of off-belted barrel here will be second. One that I like a lot of things about in terms of freshness, just his rib design, everything about him. He's just a little more coupled up, doesn't have that exotic look that our winner does. The blue top barrel that's fighting a young lady, I'll be third. Here's a barrel that, kind of resembles our champion Market Gilt as being super complete. He's opened up, has some top shape, just not that overall freshness and feel to him today that our class winners have, but a very nice complete type of a barrel. The young man's painted up barrel there coming in fourth. He's one that is really good just in terms of some of his freshness as you study him in terms of feel. You like a lot of things about him in terms of skin and hair condition. Here's a barrel that if we can just reconstruct him in terms of his top line, just fill him in there right behind his shoulder, maybe relax him in his spine. I think a very nice barrel that becomes more competitive within the drive. The young man in the yellow shirt there coming next. Here's one that, is a good-looking barrel. He's really fresh and presented well. I think as you compare him to the top four, just from a design standpoint, he's a little lower in his neck attachment, probably due to being a little more upright in his blade, and he doesn't want to handle his rear too near well enough for me here today. The young lady's big practical paint barrel coming next. Here's one that's really pliable in terms of his rib design. For me, he gets a little staler there in his chine, maybe just not quite as neat in terms of his overall look. And design is the ones that have him, but a barrel that just gives you really easy, good feed type of a look. And then we round out the class. Two white barrels. I'm sure different judges might have moved these two up just in terms of their shape and the freshness that they present. For me, they want to just get a little bit piecier in terms of their overall design. Maybe barrels that just aren't quite as opened up overall in terms of their skeleton, in terms of their rib shape. Very, very good class, deep all the way through. Once again, let's go ahead and congratulate our last class of barrels.
The placings for our Class 6 Market Barrel are: first place was Tommy Jansen, second place was Caleb Zoggy, third place was Ashlyn Rampker, fourth place was Harley Barnett, fifth place was Luke Edeker, sixth was Lily Wedekeen, seventh was Brittany Gibson, and eighth place was Brittany Gibson. We are now in the ring going for our grand champion for our individual market barrow. In the ring right now is Sam Jansen.
Tommy, first and second, or just first?
Just first. Jackson Mayman. Second. Brennan Steer. Lily Sterling. Ainsley Lovern, and Tommy Jansen.
I knew when I got in the car today that this would be a great show. The reputation that's coming out of Butler County is well deserved because I think this barrow show is extremely deep and really good. I've heard about it, getting to witness it and sort through them. Outstanding set of kids, showmanship, presentation, everything here is spot on. I think as you get out here, definitely differences between the hogs that had come out of the classes, but I think the quality is just tremendous. You know, as we started out throughout the day, I'll just go through and kind of describe some of the things I like about it, these ones that I think are definitely in contention. We started out the day with the first class and talk about some heat in that top pair that came out of that class. Differences, I guess, you know, as I study this paint barrel, I think that that one is awfully unique in what he does in terms of being that clean up through his front end, his neck attachment, just the fill, and everything just is so correct on that one. You know, maybe today I realize he's a little bit lighter. We could see him just a notch bolder in terms of the spring to his rib, and one that, you know, just being awfully picky might roll in on his feet as he comes right at you. But I mean, if you've ever watched me judge and stuff, I jump all over hogs built like that all the time. The next class, another one that had a pair of them that brought some heat, that there was a little more in terms of differences between them. As I talked that one in class, when you get out on the side of that one is awfully unique in terms of his build. His neck set is probably as good as any out here. just the freshness he has, the way he gets out and plants and dries from the side, I like a lot. As we mentioned with him too, within that class, and I realize we're talking lighter barrels, so we're being nitpicky. You know, he too could just use a notch more fill, and maybe at times he's just not the squarest in his hock placement, but I think once again he's more than adequate in both of those areas. The black barrel out of the next class, here's just an ultra fault-free, practical type of barrel. I like this one in terms of his design, his proportions. He's one that's just awfully smooth in terms of his structure and his feet placement. Love all those things about him. He maybe doesn't give you quite that exotic look as some of the other ones, and that just might be he's pushing a notch more cover through his lower third, but I think what that one does in his build and type and kind is extremely good and is going to be competitive all day long. The blue barrel out here, here's one that is definitely just tremendous in terms of the stoutness of his overall build. His skull, his foot and bone work, his forearm, all tremendous. He's one that is probably as big and flat-backed as anything out here. As we mentioned in class, we'd sure like to see him get out and move better out of that rear wheel. And then that last class, here's another really good barrel that you study this one and the way he's put together from the side, being that tall and extended up through his front end, and yet being that correct in terms of the angle to his blade. He gets out and covers the surface as well as any of them on both ends of his skeleton. You know, if you were going to nitpick that one, he's just probably not the most powerful one out here, but I think awfully good. I think the barrel show has been extremely good. As I mentioned, if you've ever been to my place, kind of seen the type of livestock I raise, they ain't got to be the extreme ones or the real flashy ones. They just got to be good and good in every area. I think that with that being said, there's 2 or 3 of them in my mind that definitely come into contention. I guess to me, the one that just left the biggest impression on me coming right out the gate today, the young man with the white barrel out of your heavy class, your champion. As we bring that second place barrel out of that one, as I mentioned, a really good barrel in his own right. Maybe just doesn't have that overall look and stuff as a few of the other barrels out here. I think for reserve, in my mind, it kind of comes down between our 2 lightweight class barrels. 2 barrels, as I said, a little more immature, and I think their best days are still ahead of them. One maybe resembles our champion a little bit closer, one a little bit different, but still a favorite of mine. Out of the second class will be your reserve champion today.
Okay, so now we need to get Derby Hogs.
Do you want to announce that real quick? And then
Okay, our champion market barrel belongs to Tommy Jansen. Sinclair Milling was the sponsor of his trophy. Our reserve champion market barrel belongs to Sam Jansen, and Sinclair Milling was also the sponsor. We're now going to start with our Derby Hog Class 1. The following people need to bring their livestock up to be pinned: Jenna Lupkus, Briley Junker, Wyatt Junker, Kaylee Harkin, Lily Wedeking, Brittany Gibson, and Brittany Gibson. This is Class 1 of the Derby Hogs. And we will be picking a champion from our Derby Hog class. So you're Jackson Mayman. Jackson Mayman. Yes. All right, there needs to be a correction. Jackson Mayman received our reserve champion market barrow. I am so sorry.
Those 6 that
Okay, if you were a champion or a reserve champion market hog, purebred market hog, please bring your livestock to the arena. If you were a champion or a reserve champion market barrow, please bring your livestock up to the arena. And if you had a champion market gilt or the reserve champion market gilt, please bring your livestock up to the arena, and we will find the grand hog after this derby class.
single class of Derby hogs. I think definitely some differences as we get out here and sort through. You know, some I think are adequate in terms of rate of gain. Some are extremely good. You know, it's all preference. You know, we are showing them on hoof right now, and I still think with that being said, you know, my goal in this is to find one that looks big, that looks practical, still gains good enough in my book, you know, in comparison to industry standards and everything, and yet still have some look about them. I think the one that probably does that the best and suits me the best is going to be the young lady driving the off-belt barrel right at me. I think that one's just awful unique for a production type barrel. He gives you an easy feeding look, still show oriented. I think from there there's some give and take. You know, we're definitely the high performing one that'll come into seconds. The young lady's big gilt here. Here's one that, you know, does some really good things from a productive standpoint in terms of weight per daily age, still remaining relatively lean for that weight and size, and still gives you a relatively good look. Maybe not quite as good on her feet and legs as our champion, but I think that one is pretty unique for a Derby hog. The young man's barrow here in third. Here's one, you know, that I think if you just extend this one out and allow him to get to the heavier weights, he's pretty darn good. He's really good in terms of his rib shape. I like that one in terms of his feet and legs and his overall look and design. You know, when I question that one in a Derby setting, even though he gives you a productive look, he's pretty moderate in his size frame and isn't going to be able to hit them heavier weights. He's already pushing more condition than probably anything within the drive. The big white barrel there, he's the high gaining one within the drive. I think a little over 2.2, really big, just stout, rugged type of a barrel. You know, some people might jump all over that one. For me, he gets a little wastier, as well as the Burke to his lower third. Need to trim him up there. Maybe just give him a notch more presence from the show ring standpoint. The white barrel coming next with the blue side on him. Here's one that gives you a good look. He's a little bit trimmer and fresher than the two ahead of him. I think as you study this one, he's just not as opened up in his skeleton, and I think that reflects in his daily gain, as he probably just isn't as efficient as you start thinking of consumption and stuff. It's a little flatter in his rib, probably just doesn't have that added ability for intake purposes. The young lady coming next with the wide belted barrel. Here's a nice little show barrel type of a deal, one that's really lean. You like his top shape and everything about him. He gets pretty jammed up in terms of the way he's built, just does not give you that overall productive, easy feeding type of a look for a production class, but just a nice show barrel in his own right. And we round out the class with kind of a little more of a production hog, one that's big outline, just maybe didn't perform quite as well as his contemporaries, doesn't have that overall just muscle and power as we found in the ones ahead of him. But very, very good class of Derbies. Once again, let's go ahead and congratulate our champion in reserve.
The results of the Derby class are: first place, Kaylee Harkin; second place, Brittany Gibson; third place, Wyatt Junker; fourth place, Brittany Gibson; fifth place, Lily Wedeking; sixth place, Briley Junker. Okay, say this again. And seventh place is Jenna Lupkas. We are now going for our grand overall champion hog. In the ring right now is Jackson Maiman with a purebred market hog. Tommy Jansen with a champion market barrow, Lily Wedeking with a champion market gilt, and Kaylee Harkin with a champion derby hog. They're going to come out, and you're going to take them over, and we're going to get the other ones right now. Please start to come up to the arena with your pins of 3 for market hogs. Wyatt Junker, Addison Williamson, Aubrey Williamson, Briley Junker, Brittany Gibson, and Lily Wedeking.
Again, an extremely fun show to sort through on the market end of things. The kids have been outstanding. I kind of feel bad that I haven't been able to go up and shake all their hands and congratulate them on their wins coming out of their divisions. We all know, we're not allowed to do that today, which is perfectly fine in my mind. Once again, can we go ahead and congratulate all these division winners? It's been a tremendous just show from top to bottom all the way through, and I think you get your breeds out here and your division winners. All 4 of them are extremely, extremely good coming out, and I think you can make cases for any of them as you work through them, because I think what they bring to the table is all extremely good. I think as we get out here in contention, I think our champion is extremely good and kind of, you might just say, my type, and what they bring to the table and how they're built. Everything about them just fits correctly. Presented extremely well. And I think as we get in and we get out, bring our reserve out of that division and compare them, I think it gets really, really close for reserve. I think there's going to be 3 that you could make arguments for across the board. With that being said, the young man with your champion barrel will be your grand today. As I mentioned, I thought our champion was one that just hit me really hard. I'm not saying none of these did, because I think as we come out and for reserve, I think there can be arguments made for any of the 3 barrels out here. And that's not taking anything away from the market gilt, because she's good in her own right. I think these 3 are just pretty elite for their divisions they come out of. And where you change one, maybe the other one excels, and Therefore, I think, like I said, argument can be made for any of them. I guess for me, just the one that hit me the second hardest, coming right out the gate in terms of first impressions and just follows our champion closely, we're going to keep the barrels together, and the young lady with the off belt barrel will be a reserve.
Our overall grand champion hog goes to Tommy Jansen. His banner is sponsored by Butler County Farm Bureau. Our reserve overall grand champion hog goes to Jackson Meeman, and his banner is sponsored by Butler County 4-H. We are now getting ready for our pin of 3 market hogs. Entering the ring will be Wyatt Junker, Addison Williamson, Aubrey Williamson, Briley Junker, Brittany Gibson, and Lily Wedeking. Will the following people get their livestock ready and bring them up to the arena? This is Purebred Breeding Gilt Class 1, Sam Jansen, Allison Maiman, Jackson Maiman, Jesse Brower, Emma Wedeking, Brittany Gibson, Lily Wedeking, and Emma Wedeking.
No, you just did this one. Okay, that's different. Coming up to the. This you just did purebred.
Did I just do
breeding.
this one?
Yep.
At the end of today's show, we will be announcing the Derby Carcass winners, the Market Carcass winners, and the Weight of Gain winners. At the end of our hog show today, we will announce the Derby Carcass winners, the Market Carcass winners, and the rate of gain winners.
just one class of pen of threes here. I think here at the top end, it's pretty easy decision. The young lady with the white hogs down at this end, I think she kind of runs away with the class. She mentioned they're all litter mates. You can definitely see that within 10 pounds of each other. Cutability, likeness, everything, those things will go to, are just extremely uniformed. Very, very good set. I think from the second through about fourth place, there's some give and take between them. I think the second most uniform group is the young man's painted up barrels down at this end. Very uniform group as well. They give up a lot in terms of just product and weight compared to our class winner. But I think a very, very similar, well put together pen the young man brings us to be in second. From there, I think it gets a little bit closer in the next two groups, in third and fourth. I'm going to use the young lady down here for third. I think these hogs are pretty uniform in terms of their cutability, in terms of their body type. Very good. I think there's a little more deviation there in terms of weight between the carcasses of them. But I think just the way they're put together, very, very uniform set. From there, for fourth, I'm going to use the young lady right ahead of me. I think another good group of big practical type of barrels. I think as you study these, maybe there's the one in there that's just a little bit of an outlier, the one with the blue side. That was in the Derby class. I think, like I said, a very nice set of big productive type of barrels. Maybe just one more that's a little more of an outlier than what we had in the first three groups. From there, I'm going to come down to the really high cutability hogs. This young lady brings us a really well-presented group. Definitely some differences as we sort through them. One gilt that's awfully lean and really high cutability. Maybe the barrel's just a little bit bigger and softer, just not quite as much uniformity. And then we're going to round out the class with three really good individuals down here that I believe did all extremely well within their respective divisions in the show. I think as you just study them, there's one that's definitely an outlier. Just don't fit together quite as well as our other pens, but a very, very good show of pen of threes. Once again, go ahead and congratulate those exhibitors for winning that division.
Well, do you want to recall that first class? Fourth place is on the next page.
The results of your market hog pin of three. First place belongs to Brittany Gibson. Second place belongs to Wyatt Junker. Third place, Briley Junker. Fourth place, Lily Wedeking. Fifth place is Aubrey Williamson. and 6th place is Addison Williamson. Our grand champion, Pin a 3 Hog, Brittany Gibson, with a trophy sponsored by Lincoln Savings Bank. Our reserve champion, Pin a 3 Hog, Wyatt Junker, with his trophy sponsored by Lincoln Savings Bank. Getting ready to enter the ring is our purebred breeding gilt, Class 1. It will be Sam James, Allison Neiman, Jackson Neiman, Jesse Brower, Emma Wedeking, Nee Gibson, Lily Wedeking, and Emma Wedeking. Is this the last bit? Showmanship will follow the champion of the commercial gilt. It will start with seniors, then it will be intermediates, and then it will be followed by juniors. Afterwards, we will announce the Derby Carcass winners, the Market Carcass, and the weight of gain.
Start off our gilt show once again with the purebred deal. I think this purebred class is pretty unique. A lot of different breeds represented out here. I think we got a top trio out here that are pretty intriguing in my mind. I could definitely see it going different ways. Kind of depends how you breed them and how you like them. I think the one thing that was kind of constant in terms of my mind is which one I was going to use to win the class, and that'll be the young man with the spot straight out from me. I think this one is just awfully unique in the way she's built. In terms of her heaviness of structure, I think she offers a little more in terms of just lower fill and just overall mass and skeletal width in comparison to our second and third. I think just a really unique one to go ahead and win the class. I think it gets pretty close for second and third between our other spot gilt out here and the Chester gilt. I think you can go either way. I guess for me, maybe the one that I think for the breed, maybe a little more unique to make is going to be our other spot gilt. Love how tall that one is at the point of her shoulder, the extension she has. I think she's pretty good out of her hip and rear leg for one in the spot breed, kind of like the other spot within this drive. I don't find her to be near as opened up in terms of her skeleton as maybe our division winner, but I think one that's awfully unique. I mean, and that's not taken away from this Chester, because I think she's awfully unique as well. You know, as you study this one, there's maybe just a few more areas I'd like to change her, but I think as far as a female having that extension, just her overall design and look, I think she's really good in terms of her underline as well. For me, maybe at times I'd just like to make her flex and change out of her hip and rear leg ever so slightly at times. She could also be just a notch bolder in terms of her upper rib shape. From there, I think there's some give and take as well between fourth and fifth, between the Hamp and the York. I guess for me, maybe the one that's a little more unique for the breed, the Hamp. I think this one's an extension. Her flexibility is extremely good. I think her underline and vulva are extremely good for a breeding female. I think there's a lot of breeding versatility in that one. The York gilt is definitely the big, massive, mature one within the drive. You like all them things about her, just how, just overall broodiness that she appears with. You like that. For me, as you actually sit back and analyze, I think she's one that runs downhill a little bit. I think she's one that's closed up in terms of her rib shape, especially in her forerib, in comparison to some of the others in the class. And I think, you know, that one for a show ring setting, we could is maybe a notch long bodied, but very, very good representative of that breed. The spot gilt coming next is one that is really stout in terms of her feature, really just massive in her forearm and her rear leg. I think as you study this one, though she gets pretty plain and quick in terms of her overall look, maybe just not as comfortable off her rear too and out of her ham loin as we found in the ones above them. The Duroc gilt has some really unique pieces. I guess what slid her down in the line for me is just her potential longevity as you study her out of her rear legs. I just don't see her going into the crate scenario and holding up quite as long. But there's one that's really bold in terms of her forerib and her center rib cage, one that just has a lot of productive look about her. And then we round out the class. The young man brings us a really nice design Burt gilt. I find this one just to be the harshest in terms of her rib and her overall makeup for a breeding scenario. But once again, very, very good purebred drive. Let's go ahead and congratulate all the exhibitors.
Entering the ring for the commercial gilt show, Class 1, Brennan Steer, Sam Jansen, Addison Williamson, Abby Wilson, Sydney Lovern, and Colton Harkin. Will the following people please bring their commercial gilts to the arena for Class 2? Allison Meeman, Brooke Neiman, Ashley Shipper, Addison Williamson, Sam Jansen, Abby Wilson, and Braden Steer.
I don't need that.
cool trio here at the top of this class. Differences between all of them, and it's fun to talk them. You know, I think for me personally, the one that I think jumps out in this class and wins it kind of easy, just from one that has the show running look, still looks really maternal and feminine. The young man Solid Black Gill to win this particular class. I think this one's just awfully complete. She reads really good up through her front end. She's one that's tall at the point of her shoulder, probably the best within the trio in just terms of her overall rib design and her flexibility to get out and go. I think it gets pretty close in my mind between the next two, and it's just, once again, as I mentioned most of the day, it's personal preference in which one of these two you like for second. I think there's one that maybe resembles our class winner a little closer. That'll be the young man's blue gilt. I really like that one in just terms of her rear leg, the look she gives you, her underline, a lot of things about her. I think maybe in comparison to the class winner, she's a little bit more closed up in terms of her forerib shape, maybe just not quite as good there in her ham loin. The young man here in third, he probably brings us the stoutest featured one on the trio. You like a lot of things about this one in terms of just stoutness and everything. I think maybe in comparison, she's not quite as maternal in her overall build. I'd like to see her just a little bolder and more curvature in her upper rib shape, maybe get out and track just a tick wider. The Solid Black Gilt coming there in fourth. I think here's one that does a lot of unique things in terms of just openness of skeleton, just the added dimension that she has about her. But I think as you can compare her to the top three within this particular drive, she probably needs just to reconstructed the most from a structure standpoint. She gets a little bolder there about her blade and a little more upright, maybe just doesn't get out and grab as much surface when we set her into motion. The gilt coming next, great outlined one, really tall fronted, really freaky up through her front end. Love those things about her. I think she gets pretty just flat and harsh in terms of her rib design, and she needs to get out and be more flexible out of her rear too. Same can be said about the next gilt. Great outlined one that just gets a little more rigid in terms of her structure. Might hinder her ability from a farrowing standpoint down the line in terms of longevity, but a great outlined one once again.
Getting ready for senior showmanship.
Entering the commercial gilt show, Class 2, Allison Maiman, Brooke Neiman, Ashley Shipper, Addison Williamson, Sam Jansen, Abby Wilson, and Braden Steer. After this class, we will be picking a champion and reserve commercial gilt. Then we will start on our showmanship classes, started with seniors. Then we'll do intermediates, followed by juniors. The results of the Purebred Breeding Gilt Class 1. First place went to Jackson Maiman. Second place, Sam Jansen. Third place, Allison Maiman. Fourth place, Emma Wedeking. Fifth place, Emma Wedeking. Sixth place, Jessie Brower. Seventh place, Lily Wedeking. And eighth place, Brittany Gibson.
First place, Colton Harkin. Second place, Brandon Steer. Third place, Sam Jansen. Fourth place, Sydney Lovern. Fifth place, Addison Williamson. And sixth place, Abby Wilson.
She's one that when you get out and study the angles from the side, she wants to reach and flex a little bit better. I'm not saying maybe when you get behind her and you couldn't square up ever so slightly, but I think that the big calico gilt maybe has a little bit of issues from that standpoint as well. I love the presentation and the wow factor the gilt there in second, the big calico has. I think as you just really sit back and analyze her, she maybe just gets a little more jammed up through her front third, maybe just not quite as secure the way she wants to plant and drive off her rear two. Very, very close pair at the top. The young ladies, dark blue-headed or gilt. Here's one that I think reads really maternal in her overall look. I like the added extension she has up through her front end, her flexibility. I'll be honest, for me today, she just doesn't have the wow factor the two above her have, but I think there's a lot of breeding versatility in that one as you take her home and look to make fair projects down the road. The big gilt coming next, definitely one that's really massive in her overall build. She's opened up in terms of her skeleton, big and square in terms of her rib shape. I think as you study that one in comparison, she's not quite as fresh up to her front end today, and probably just not one that's super secure as she wants to plant and drive off her rear too as well. The gilt coming next. Here's one, too, very similar to the gilt ahead of her. You like a lot of things about this one, how tall she is at the point of her shoulder, the added length and extension she offers. I think this one, though, doesn't have that overall rib design and mass that the gilts ahead of her had, and she probably becomes the most tentative off her rear two of the gilts we've had so far. Really nice outline gilt like this one in terms of her hip and rear leg. I think as you study her, she just gets a little more jammed up in terms of her skull, one that's a lot flatter in terms of her rib design as you get right up on top of her. Just not maternal enough there for me within this particular class. And then we round out the class. Once again, the young lady brings us a good outlined one, comfortable on her feet and legs. She just becomes the narrowest in terms of her skeleton to use her any higher today. Very, very good class. Fun pair to sort at the top.
We are now choosing a commercial gilt. In the ring at this moment is Colton Harkin and Allison Mayman.
Well, with certainty, I can say that this is definitely the closest pair we've had out in our, or the most similar pair we've had out in our Grand Drive in just terms of build and type and kind that we found throughout the day. Just subtle differences between them. One of them just is maybe a little more, you might say, has a really good feel, really awesome, complete. One might offer a little more extension, maybe not quite as good right at the ground in terms of her feet and legs. Definitely some give and takes. Probably the one that just suits me the best, that just gives me that look she can lay down and really generate in the future. The young man with the black gill will be your champion breeding. As we bring that second place gilt in that class, another one that I think fits right in terms of type and kind, very similar trio here. I think the one that just matches up with our champion the best today is going to be the belted gilt out of the heavy class. She'll be your reserve. Very, very good pair out here once again, vying for your champion breeding female. I think both the divisions, the purebred and the cross, well represented out here. As we talked in the purebred division, that spot gilt, really cool in terms of just her stoutness of feature, the look she gives you, and yet being pretty comfortable in terms of her feet and leg, representing that breed. And out of the commercial gilt division, I thought this black gilt was just so comfortable at the ground and so good and maternal in her overall look, and still have that added look and everything you're looking for. I think it's a close decision. I think one's just a notch more comfortable at the ground, and the way she puts them down and plants and drives. The young man's black commercial gilt will be your champion. We bring the reserve commercial gilt, and as I talked in division, that was not an easy decision for me because I think she maybe has some of them extras that you wanted to see in the black gilt, maybe just not quite as comfortable and just good at the ground in terms of her feet as maybe the black gilt, but in terms of extension and everything, I think she offered them extras. Very, very close pair. I'm going to keep the commercial gilts together. She'll be your reserve champion.
Will the following people bring Aubrey Williamson, would you please bring tag number 8830 up to the arena for the Butler County raised class? Braden Steer, would you please bring up tag number 8682 for the Butler County raised champion? Will my senior showmanship class get ready as well and start to make your way up to the arena? My senior showmanship class.
Okay, so these are all the ones that need to come up here. What?
Why was Lily not really Lola?
Butler County raised?
Yeah.
We took the two highest.
She had the champion too.
Okay, hang on. Will anybody who's interested in the senior showmanship please start to come to the arena with your hog? Okay. Audrey Williamson and Braden Steer, you do not need to bring your hog up. I apologize for that mistake. We're going to go next with senior showmanship. If those people would please bring their hogs up to the ring. The champion market gilt was a Butler County raised. That is why they're receiving this trophy. She was a champion.
Before we start showmanship, we'd like pictures of these.
Okay. Will the following people come up to get their awards for the Derby Carcass? First place was Briley Junker. Second place was Jenna Lupkis. Third place was Wyatt Junker. Fourth place was Lily Wedeking. Fifth place was Brittany Gibson. And sixth place was Brittany Gibson. Those are the winners of your Derby Carcass.
Do we want the champion pig up here for the picture? That's what we usually do. Oh, in first place pig. But I don't know what tag number that is.
Okay.
Here, I got it.
Sure. Yeah, we're all senior showmen up here.
Derby Carcass. I do not know. 83.
But we've got my pigs up here.
Riley, please bring up pig 8783.
Okay, Briley Junker, please bring up pig 8783 as winner of the Derby Carcass contest for a picture. The people we need up at the arena is Briley Junker, Jenna Lupkis, Wyatt Junker, Lily Wedeking, Brittany Gibson, and Brittany Gibson.
Brittany Gibson is down here.
This one was.
Before we start showmanship, we've got 3 more awards to give out. We're doing the Derby Carcass picture right now. Will the following people come up for the market carcass? Number 1, first place was Addison Williamson with pig 8832. Will they please bring this pig up? Second place was Briley Junker. Third place was Brittany Gibson. Fourth place was Lily Sterling. Fifth place was Caleb Zaghi. Sixth place was Audrey Williamson. Seventh place was Ashley Shipper. Eighth place was Wyatt Junker. Ninth place was Brittany Gibson. And 10th place was Ryan Tanner. That's your market carcass winners. Please come up for a picture.
And then rate of gain, just we'll have to have Brittany probably.
Our last group is the contest of rate of gain. Our winner was Brittany Gibson with pig 8781. Second place was Brittany Gibson. Third group place was Jenna Lupkes. Fourth place was Savannah Hummel. Fifth place was Tommy Barnett. Sixth place was Brittany Gibson. Seventh place was Briley Junker. Eighth place was Wyatt Junker. Ninth place was Harley Barnett. And 10th place was Brittany Gibson. Will those people come up for a picture? We are now ready to start our senior showmanship.
Is Market Carcass.
If those participants will take their hogs into the arena. If you are planning on doing intermediate showmanship, you may now start to bring your hogs up to the arena. If you are interested in participating in the intermediate showmanship contest, you may bring your hog up to the arena.
Sorry, and I already asked all who's the winner. That one I believe was.
I'd like to take a moment to announce two of our participants today that are seniors, Ainsley Lovern and Luke Edeker. They are seniors, and this is their last time showing at the Butler County Fair.
All right, as we get out into senior showmanship, I'm not going to lie, I'm pretty basic when it comes to showmanship. I'm not going to make the kids do all the fancy stuff because I've never really been to a show where they got to open the gate or open even the penning gate or anything on their own. There's always somebody in the ring to make it go smoothly. I'm a true believer that 90% of showmanship is done at home in terms of, it doesn't matter what species you're in, I judge them all in terms of skin and hair condition, presentation, getting broke, just knowing exactly what to do. You get out here, I've seen these kids all day long. I think there's one individual out here that's doing a superior job. I think it gets a little closer for reserve. Just the small differences. The showman that I think wins it and does so kind of easily is one that always has that hog between me, has it moving, is always taking big loops, giving me all the angles. The young man on the far side of the ring with the big gilt will be your champion, and the young man with the Butler barrow here will be your reserve.
Now entering the ring is our intermediate showmanship class. If you are a junior interested in doing showmanship, please bring your pig this direction to the arena, please. If you're doing junior showmanship, in the ring is our intermediate showmanship class. Our champion senior swine showman was Braden Steer. He receives a trophy sponsored by MBS Family Farms. Our senior reserve champion swine showman was Caleb Zoggy. His trophy was sponsored by Iowa Select Farms. Our champion Butler County raised hog was Lily Wedeking. She receives a trophy sponsored by Butler County Pork Producers.
we sure stepped up the heat here in our intermediates as far as the showmanship competition goes. I think all these exhibitors do an extraordinary job of getting these things presented and driven out here in front of me. You know, these pigs are getting tired and hot, so no matter how much you work them at home and stuff, they're going to cooperate perfect. I think these exhibitors are doing an outstanding job of just sticking with it and kind of forcing these hogs what they want and not letting them just get away from them. So I want to commend all of them for that, for doing such a superior job. I think as we get out here, there's one individual, I think within this drive that, you know, it doesn't matter where I'm at or what I'm doing. I never had to look for their pig. It was always presented to me, and even if I was studying another one, you know, they'd have that hog right back out in front of me at all times. The young man with the calico gilt is going to be your champion intermediate showman. From there, I think it gets, you know, a little bit closer, but yet at the same time, I think there's another exhibitor that did an extraordinary job. And even though the hog is now towards the end of this, starting to fight him a little bit harder, the young man with the all black gilt will be your reserve showman.
We have overwhelming response for our junior showmanship class. They will be broken into 2 classes, and the top 3 from each class will then compete for our champion and reserve champion showman. Our intermediate swine showman champion was Tommy Jansen. His trophy was sponsored by Butler County Farm Bureau. Our reserve champion intermediate showman is Colton Harkin, and his trophy is sponsored by Iowa Select Farms. We are now starting our second class of junior showmanship. This is our second class.
Just wanted to take a minute and give everybody a update, as hopefully most of you have all noticed the improvements to the sheep and swine barn. Just to tell you kind of how this came about, as most of you all know and have been aware of, being in there, there's several leaks and the roof needed some attention, and plenty of other things needed some attention. So last year after the fair, there was a handful of us that got together and decided, hey, let's try to help the fair board out and do something about it. We got together, came up with a plan, and many of you that are sitting in here in the ring have helped us out by donating money, materials, etc., and that's greatly appreciated. What we did was the roof, of course. We made the north entry, and then we put the roof over the wash rack and the wash pens and etc. And probably the biggest thing everybody notices is walking into the north entry and the wash rack. Anymore, you don't hit your head, because we were able to raise that up. And anybody, I think, here that's shown pigs over the years, at one point or another, your DNA was probably on that board, because we've all hit our head on it. So just one thing, there's a board in the hog building that kind of gives who has helped out with sponsorship, etc. I encourage you all to take a look at that, and if your name isn't on that board and you want it to be, get a hold of me, because the last time a major improvement was done in here was 1997, and we're going to redo this board before next year's show and next year's fair. And I think anybody that's seen it really wants to have your name on that board to be a part of that project. So if you want to do that, please feel free to talk to me. It's a great deal to get behind for the fair, the kids. We wanted them to be happy to have their building here. So hopefully you all enjoy it. And like I said, if you want to be a part of it, make sure you come see me. Thanks.
Boy, is this pig show going to be fun for years to come with this group of youngsters out here. I realized maybe within the 2 drives, I didn't keep the exact numbers out here. As we got in that first drive, there was 4 of them young exhibitors I just thought needed to be represented back out here because I think it got awfully close in there. You know, the next drive was deep, but probably maybe not quite as drive. As I said, great group. These youngsters all do the small things. You know, they're ready to come out that gate the second it's open. They drive out, they turn the pig, give me every look I need right off the get-go. They get out here, they're directing themselves through traffic. They got these pigs broke. The skin and hair is immaculate. I just want to, you know, say congratulations to all of you because you're all extremely good and you're doing an excellent job out here. With that being said, out here, when the competition's this stiff, I mean, it's just the little things that are sorting you. As far as, you know, when I get behind that pig, if you got the whole ring to go, don't jump ahead of them right away and switch sides just because I got in behind them. You know, let that pig get out and move, you know, and then just making sure you're out here at the correct distance and finding your windows as far as bringing your pig across when there's the least amount of traffic. They do an excellent job. Let's give them a big round of applause. It's fun sorting this showmanship because it literally is the little things that I get to just sort them by. I think there's maybe one exhibitor that I thought, you know, as far as finding them gaps of when to cross and whatnot, when everybody else had passed, I thought the exhibitor probably just did a notch better job of that in the correct distance. The young man with the blue gilt here will be your champion. Congratulations. With that being said, I realize these pigs are getting hot and fighting. These exhibitors all did a great job today throughout the show. I'm just really happy to get to sort through them and work with them today. Your reserve champion is going to be the young man with the spotted up barrow. Congratulations to him.
Let's give one more round of applause for our judge tonight, or today, Troy Kane.
And the junior
Okay. Our champion junior swine showmanship is Brennan Steer with a trophy sponsored by Farm Credit Services of America. Our reserve champion swine showman is Sam Jansen, and his trophy is sponsored also by Farm Credit Services of America. We are now going to sign off in just a few minutes with our fair queen.
good? Derek. Hello, I am Christiana Bright, the 2020 Fair Queen, and we just finished up with the swine show. All the exhibitors did a fantastic job. Congrats to everyone today. Tomorrow, tune in for the dairy and beef show. Also, a big thank you to the Fair Board and 4-H Youth Council. They have done a fantastic job with the unique circumstances. Thank you.